he's brought a red up with the break-off shot. Is he going to cover it with the yellow? He has. Not the sort of break-off shot you want. They can relax a little bit now, the players. It's now the best of 9. First to 5 will lift that wonderful trophy. The short sprints are over. Best of 5s up until this stage. Oh, I thought that was in. Great atmosphere out there, John, isn't it?
It's wonderful, and it's the Crucible Theatre in all its glory. And a grimace there from Darren, because I think he thought this was in. Must admit, so did I. But it didn't go in, so there's the first chance. And it falls to Jimmy White.
One.
Now, can he bring the form he's shown in his semi-final match against James Watanabe into this final?
Had a brief chat with Jimmy in his dressing room just as I went past him. He wasn't sure it was the best of 9. He was delighted when he heard it was, because the players want the longer matches, don't they, John?
Well, they do, and as you say, these short matches, there's so much pressure early on. Gives you time to settle into it.
Eight. Nine.
Didn't quite get into that. He was playing for the blue there and didn't get the action on the cue ball, which has given him a slight problem here. Should have been straightforward.
Yes, and you can see that because he didn't want to be playing the yellow with the rest. But so good with the rest. And he's judged that nicely, that positional shot. Couldn't have put it better with his hand.
Two left-handers contesting this final, John. It's amazing how many players and top players in the main tour are all left-handed. Going back 30, 40 years ago, there was only 1 or 2 players. Perry Mans, the South African. And they all seem to be the best potters in the game.
Yeah, they all have an eye for a pot. Jimmy will be having an eye now, hoping he's got an angle on this red to
19.
leave a good angle on the black. Is there one red? He's just pointing where he'd like to leave the cue ball after potting the black. Is there a red that is available into the right corner? And Darren, as I say, he thought he'd knock that red in.
20.
You just see that red just sticking out at the bottom of the cluster. I think it is available. And Jimmy would like to finish a little bit low on it, so in potting it, he could bring other reds into play.
27. Mm. 28.
Once again, didn't really get through the cue ball there. Now, if he's going to open up reds, which you feel he has to, he's going to have to play either the pink or black with a lot of pace. Don't think the pink gives him the angle to open reds here. It's got to be the black. That's always the problem. when you play that
Jimmy
shot,
White,
you play the
28.
left-hand side, and he didn't really fully commit. Disappointing there.
Tapping ball.
Yeah, as we show you again, I couldn't agree more with you, John. He went half-heartedly at that, rather than fully committing, as you said.
He's left a touching ball, which is an easy run back to the ball ken for Darren, but there is a red that is potable into the left middle. And if he pots it, he'll be on the black.
Well, that's a good opener. And he's got an angle on the black because the reds are all covering each other. He can come back off the cushion and try and disturb. A few other. There's one next to the pink, looks as if it pots. Yeah, that's the one that he's played for, but that was the awkward queuing there,
8.
which he judged very well. Now this will certainly open a few more up. He takes this one to the middle pocket. That's the one he's looking at.
Nine.
That's finished rather awkward. He can pot the pink, but he's running away up towards the left corner pocket of the cue ball.
Ping ball.
He's got that red to the left, but he's going to be a long distance from it if he pots the pink. And I said he was heading towards the corner pocket. And he might not be able to see this red now. This is very unusual. I think he might be
15.
angled with the corner of the pocket. He might not be able to see the red, the left side of the table. I think the jaw of the pocket is preventing him from seeing that one. There, you can see it there. He's snookered himself. Don't see that very often.
Darren Morgan, 15.
He just didn't catch that red as full as he would have liked. He wanted that cue ball tight to the top cushion. Half a chance this for Jimmy. This red to the right middle. Couldn't do much with the cue ball. Just roll this in. He'd probably hoping he would get a cannon on the yellow here. Well, he missed the blue.
Jimmy White, 1.
Looked more of an angle than that, so just a bit edgy, Jimmy, at the start of this match. Yeah, they're always missable when you're tight under the cushion, firing across the nap of the table, but it was a surprise. Well,
Foul.
I said Jimmy was
Jimmy
a
White,
bit edgy. I think both players are. Understandable. As Dennis said, great atmosphere here, and of course, the players aren't immune to the excitement that's in the arena.
Yeah, they're both former World Seniors champions. will he be tempted? Is just having a look around to see if he had a go at this pot. He could finish nicely on the blue, and I don't think he'd be leaving a great deal, only the red he'd have a go at. He's looked at the pot, and now he's looking at the safety. Did he?
No, it was interesting when Jimmy had the ball in hand that he refused that long pot, didn't he? And he was in a similar scenario. The only ball he could leave was the one he was playing. Well, that red just to the left of the pink maybe does go. But anyway, he's not playing that. He's playing this one. And he's nicely on the blue.
1.
Now, can he get on that red just below the pink? It's very tight. But it looks as though it goes. It'd be a good ball to get on, because if he came on it high, in potting it, he could bring other reds into play.
Yeah, there's plenty of room there for that red to pass. And
6.
just depends on a couple of those reds.
Well, having a look to see if there's a possible plant, but I think the potting angle, he could pot this pink, screw back, nudge into the two reds just below the pink. Even if he doesn't get one of them, the one near the top cushion will be available. But it looks like he's rolling through to play the plant. There's a bit of distance between the two balls, so it's not a certainty, this.
13.
And it's not in a direct line, I don't think. So he'll have to make the plant. Just to the right it's going. And he didn't make the adjustment. And he needs that red to stop.
13.
And maybe it has just in time. But I thought he would get that plant. But I think the red just pulled up in time. Yep, can't pot that one near the middle. Did well to make that into a plant. That was more difficult than the one that Jimmy had to go at. I mean, that's not straightforward from that gap between the reds, but you can put Jimmy in spot of bother here. You can just tuck in behind the green. He's got an angle on the green, but he'd have to force this in to get up to the reds. Well, he's having a go at it. He's got to play this with a lot of power. Never fancied that at that pace. Might have been a better choice just to run in behind the green there.
Well, not only was it a difficult pot, it was always going to be difficult to get position. And thankfully for him, he didn't.
Foul and a miss. Darren Morgan 4.
Darren taking the second option you can do, and that's asking Jimmy to play from where the balls are lying. Jimmy was trying to hit the red very thin. He didn't want to knock it towards the right corner.
Yeah, because that right corner is a biggish pocket with the green sitting as it is, and he's left, well, a clear pot for the red past the green, as you can see, but now this is a bit of a chance. There's only the one red that's safe, the one near the middle pocket.
One.
Yep, didn't have to do anything, just roll the red in, down to be on the green. Now the only saving grace for Jimmy, you feel, is that red, which we assume is not potable, to the right middle.
Four. Five.
Now he could leave himself an angle on this red to the right of the black in such a way he could pot it and just nudge the red that's safe near the middle pocket. Let's see if he can get an angle on that to do that. Now that's what he's got in mind. If he can just pot this, and he only needs to nudge the red that's near the middle, and he'll be on the blue, and the red will be
12.
in perfect position. So it's just a gentle cannon that's needed. Missed the cannon. That was a great chance
13.
there. Still got a possible chance of potting the yellow or the brown, depending on the angle, to do something about that difficult red. The only thing, if he plays the yellow and comes across, he could go in off the red. This was the shot that would have possibly given him the opening frame. If he had to just nudge that red.
Yellow ball.
He forgot about the yellow, concentrating on trying to move the red.
Morgan, 13.
Yeah, well, he missed the yellow, and thankfully for Darren, he missed the cannon as well. So this frame, in the balance, Jimmy just seeing whether it will drop in. If he can just play it dead weight to the opening, will gravity pull the red into the pocket? It's amazing that Darren didn't think it would. Darren felt he had to play it. Well, he's just away from the cushion. It's a delicate one. No, he's not playing it. He's played a decent safety. Good cue ball. Just saw there, perfect shot of that flick off the brown with the red. Has now made this a little bit more difficult for Jimmy. Just about got it safe.
Played that pretty well. I know it should be straightforward off two cushions and hope to kick the red back up the table, but you're never absolutely sure what's going to happen to it. But that's what he's faced with. So just past the pink, two cushions, and try and get as much space between the cue ball and red. Just about okay. That red doesn't cut.
Yeah, just far enough past the middle pocket, as Dennis said, to be uncuttable. Jimmy was a bit fortunate there, you have to say, because he certainly didn't play it like that. Another snooker from Darren, and when you're in this situation in a frame, even though Darren's 13 points behind, if you get the snooker, you've got a big advantage. Once again, it's a two-cushion escape. Want to hit it full if you can. Well, as it happened, he went the other way and caught it thin and couldn't have played it better. But that's the one thing, Dennis, about Darren. You won't out-safety play him, will you? He's brought up in a hard school of knocks in Wales.
Well, Stephen Hendry in the interviews beforehand said about Darren Morgan, you'd have to scrape this player off the table. He'll never give up. Pretty good, because it makes the safety shot for Jimmy quite awkward. Got to be careful if he sends the red up and down that he doesn't get the double kiss.
Yeah, and if he tries to play the cross double, every chance the cue ball could run into the brown. This isn't straightforward by any means. Ooh, just avoided the double kiss. And if it runs past the pink, which it has done, although there's just an edge of the red sticking out.
And where's the cue ball going here? Is in the middle. Oh, the yellows come to the rescue.
But a chance now for Jimmy to get the advantage of this vital safety battle. In this, well, what's now taken over a big frame it is, because both players have had good chances. Caught that much too thin, that's why he collided into the black. When you've had chances in the frame, it always hurts if you lose it. So both players will not be happy. Safe enough, but not a good cue ball, leaving your opponent with his hand on the table. You're not putting him under any pressure, really.
Well, he's looking at the possibility of playing the safety shot, but also sending the red across the table and maybe into the opposite corner pocket. He's had a look at that. It's a safety shot, but sometimes he can't double it. But has he changed his mind? He has. He's sending it around the angles. And it would have been a snooker without catching the jaws of the right middle pocket. expected most of the frames to be fairly quick with these two players, but it's a good tactical battle, this opening frame. Just slightly too hard, and a chance now for Darren Morgan. One good pot, one good positional shot. He could take the opening frame here.
In goes the red.
1.
Well, he can pot the black, but he's badly hampered by the brown. The yellow is cuttable.
Yellow ball.
The yellow will come back up, go back on its own spot, so he needs to judge the pace of this. He's played it well. New favourite for the frame now.
3.
It's ran just a little bit further than he intended. It looked like it was going to be straightforward, but that white just kept on rolling. Delicate. Very well played. That wasn't as easy as it looked to hold for the green. 10 out of 10 for that positional shot.
Eight.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. He's 5 behind, so brown, blue and pink needed. And even though it's the best
12.
of 9, the opening frame is always a good one to get under your belt.
$17.
And the easiest of pinks for Darren Morgan. Jimmy White was looking favoured for taking this opening frame. He didn't. The Welshman dug in deep and he's managed to win it and leads by 1 frame to 0.
Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com. Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com.
Here, the second frame, Darren Morgan to break.
Darren Morgan breaks off in the second frame. Did well to win the first. Jimmy White had a good lead, but he dug in there, Darren, and eventually I think it's just his tactical play that got him back in the frame and eventually won it. Typical edgy first frame. Not care whether you're playing best of 3, best of 5 or best of 9. That first frame just needs to settle, and signs that Jimmy didn't. Good pot, needs to stop short of the baulk line to be on a colour.
1.
And it has. Okay, a bit close to the cushion for comfort, but at least the red went in. A good pot, and a pot like that can give you a little bit of confidence. Good straight cueing.
Blue ball.
Mr. Blue similar to that
Jimmy White
in
1.
the last frame, hit it too thick. I know why he played it, because it was the ball that would give him position on the red, but of course when you miss it, you give that position to your opponent.
Well, he's had a look at another possible plant here, you know. He might be able to get through to the red, but look at that plant, and he's got precious little to do with the white to finish on the black. And it's his turn to misjudge a plant, but that seemed pretty straightforward. Mind you, have another look at it. Jimmy had a similar plant that he misjudged in the opening frame. That's amazing how he's got the white over into the only position that was going to leave it awkward to be on a colour anywhere on the table. Would have been better than where he's finished.
Tough green now. You feel he's going to take it on. Good shot. You just got the feeling the way he played that red above the black, he got through and he hit the ball a lot better.
4.
And he was never going to turn that green down. Still needs another good shot here though.
5.
Got the cannon, which he expected. Probably caught it a little bit thicker, but that should or could work to his advantage. Pop the black, cannon into the main bunch of reds. He should be on another red, one to the left corner, maybe one to the right corner. But you've got to cue these nicely. Got to get through the cue ball. Let's see how he strikes this.
12. $13.
Bit straight on the black, but it doesn't really matter with the cue power that Jimmy has. No problem. In fact, you've got
Thank you.
an angle to force it in over for the red.
20.
That's the ball marker there that is also used when there's a spot almost covered. That little ball marker will tell you whether the spot is available also.
$21.
Now this is how he started the opening frame. Built up
28.
40-odd point lead, but Darren dug deep and managed to win the opening frame.
Yeah, just had a look there, Jimmy. If he plays for the pink, where will the pink go when it's respotted? Because that red just to the right of the pink will go to this corner pocket, so he doesn't want to tie that red up if he can help it. I think the difference, though, in this, what I'm seeing now in this second frame, Dennis, he's getting the cue through a lot better than he did in the first. If he's not certain where the pink's going to go, then, well, he could play for blue, he could play for black. He's playing for the pink, and he thinks the
29.
pink spot isn't available. He thinks the pink will go up on the blue spot. You can't ask the referee to check. But she will check now.
Might use the ball marker again just to... yeah, there it is. Well, in fact, that's a slightly different one. So she's got a couple of ball markers, has Michaela.
So Jimmy was right. The pink didn't
35.
spot.
No. I think
Jimmy
he was
White,
thinking more about
35.
what he was going to do with the cue ball there and took his eye off the pot.
Disappointing finish to the visit.
Darren just clearing a few chalk marks away from the cloth there. Might have been better concentrating on the pot than cleaning the cloth there, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a let-off for Jimmy. They are a bit nippy, these middle pockets, but I fancied him to get it. But if that was tricky, so is this one that Jimmy's got. Will he play it? No. He's going to play the safety.
And the safety area is behind the black and near the cushion because of the red that's up near the brown.
Would you be tempted? I think if you could play this red to the right middle, well, he's not, he's screwing back, he's running the red into the blue. That held the red at that end of the table, but he didn't screw back far enough to put Darren under any pressure.
both players striving to get that cue ball tight on the cushion behind the black. And this red needs to pull up. And we know how quick the table is. Look at this. Wow. He was hoping that red was going to collide into something to stop it from coming back up the table. So he just concentrated on getting the white back to the cushion, but was hoping that red was going to, you know, hit that red or hit the blue, hit something.
One.
And look at this. Perfect angle on the pink to cannon into the 4 reds. He doesn't have to hit this very hard. If he plays a gentle little cannon, I think he'll develop all 4 reds. Just a nudge
Pink
on
ball.
them would do. He's missed the cannon. I mean, that was pretty straightforward.
7.
Jimmy, but delighted with what he's just seen there. Still might be able to pot this and hold for pink or black, but he did well there. Now we can have another go at disturbing those 4 reds. Let's see if he can make a better job of it this time. Not bad. Even if those 3 are still stuck together, he's got the one loose one.
15.
So unlucky not to develop all 4 there. That's a bit tight, that. I think the one at the back is available into the left corner pocket. And he's got the perfect angle to drop on that. And in turn, when he removes this red, it's going to clear the one
23.
next to it. So this is turning into a very good chance for the Welshman here.
Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, he's still 13 points behind. He's going to have a
24.
big problem because he'll need that red that's lying on the green. And at the moment, that red doesn't go anywhere. So it's not a straightforward run to the line, just 5 points behind.
31.
But he needs all the remaining reds to clinch the frame at this visit.
32.
Terrific crowd in the Crucible this evening, as there was for the 2 semi-finals. It was a fabulous atmosphere.
$40.
Now there's one red available. I'm not sure about the one next to the yellow, whether it goes past the blue into the corner. But he's got to get plenty of action on this, and he's got plenty of cue power, as Darren, playing this with reverse side. Watch the wide spin. But that's a little bit too far.
47.
It obviously looks as if he played for the red into the corner past the blue there. The one that's on its own would have passed the blue. The one next to the yellow, not sure. This is far from easy. Oh, well played.
48.
Is he on the green? Because the red that you mentioned, John, if he's on the green, he can develop that. That was the one that was going to be the problem, wasn't it? That was terrific bit of play from Darren, because John mentioned that that was going to be the stumbling
51.
block. Starting to look very comfortable out there is the Welshman.
$52.
Well, we can only assume that that red does go to the far right corner pocket, but well, does he play it off the green or onto off the green, or is he straight on the blue?
Green ball.
Green ball, trying to come over to this side of the table, play for the red in the same pocket. This looks a little bit pacey. I mean, from that view, it doesn't look as though it would go.
55.
It looks as though it's touching the yellow. He likes a brush, Darren, doesn't he?
He must be very tidy around the house, John.
Yeah, he just wanted to be straighter on that red. And that was a good chance, and he created it himself. He'd be disappointed. Now, he's left this red straighter. He couldn't have missed it. But now Jimmy White has got a straight red into the corner. If he knocks it in, well, he's got the frame at his mercy. Big shot. Right in the heart of the pocket. So now a chance for Jimmy White to steal the frame.
$6.
He needs the
8.
6 remaining colours. And he's underhit that. Well, if he gets to pot the pink, he'll only be 7. Well, I'm looking again. 10 points to lead. Well, he doesn't need the black. 11 points behind. He will need the black.
11.
Once he pots the pink, he'll be 7 points in front with 7 points remaining. So, all the balls needed. He'll have been disappointed to lose the first frame.
15.
He's overrun it. He's overrun it. It's not straightforward now.
He's got to take the more difficult pot up into the corner now to get good position. He's looking at the angle of cutting it into the middle pocket, but corner is the better for positional purposes.
It's not out of the woods yet, though. 7 points to lead, 7 points remaining. Needs the black for the second frame. Good shots, good clearance. Well, Darren Morgan looked for all money. He was going to make it 2-0. Missed the last red. And Jimmy White made a good clearance. It's all square, one apiece.
Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com. Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com.
Jimmy White to break.
So Jimmy White gets the third frame underway, and he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable, even though it's not the best break-off shot he's ever made. But that was a terrific clearance to win the second frame. Darren looked like he was going to do exactly as he did in the opening frame. Came back and was in complete control, and then missed the final red. But it's a half chance here from the break-off. Well, look where the black's gone. So, although he's missed the red and left it, has he got enough angle to somehow get up to the blue? Because the pink and black are totally out of commission now. It seems to have a slight angle on this red. Might be able to play it with top spin and a lot of right-hand side. That was because it's so much side on that. It threw the white offline. You've got to allow for it when you play with side. But I think because it wasn't easy to get onto a colour, he'd lost a bit of concentration there. If he's got an angle on the green, he could go straight into the pink. And it could develop pink, black, and a few reds. Definitely worth the risk, even though there's loose reds. He's got a great angle on the green too.
Green ball.
Now, let's see if this works out. He can have a decent chance. Played for the loose one this time, but you see the angle he had. It was a natural to come into them and scatter the pink and reds. He's going to have to do it from the blue now.
4.
Well, he hasn't given himself enough angle, so I think he's missed a trick with a shot before there. That looks a bit tight as to whether that one to the right of the bunch plots. But obviously doesn't.
Well, Jimmy will be sat there delighted with this because, I mean, Darren not to get the good angle on the blue off the last red was unforgivable, really. Well, he's pulled out a good pot, but that's all he's going to get, the extra 1 point.
Yellow ball.
What an attacking shot he took on there. He certainly tried to pot this yellow and somehow get up to a red. Unlucky to hit the jaw of the middle pocket and go in there. Oh, that's a long way short. Not, as you said, sometimes he doesn't quite get through the ball, Jimmy.
Yeah, and in his semi-final against James Wattenaar, he was finding the baulk cushion with great regularity. He's not doing it so far in the final here. That's a good shot from Darren. Quite interesting. I mean, I know he went in off the yellow, but it was a shot choice that you didn't expect, did you?
Thank you.
I mean, that was very aggressive, so maybe Darren's feeling a bit better than Jimmy at the moment.
once again, a misjudgment with his safety. He can take the pot on here and get round the back of those reds.
One.
I'm just looking at the reds. They all look like they're potable, but they're all sort of covering each other. See, they're all sort of blocking each other into this corner and similar to the other corner.
Brown ball.
Just the one red that seems to go that's in the middle of that bunch of reds.
Five.
And of course the black has been sprung out. There's the one red that's available.
Six.
You wanted that white a bit further out into the table to leave a slightly easier black than this, because it's paved the way for another red into the right corner. Straighter on the black would have been better. Mind you, that's a bit tight looking at that picture. Well, we're right behind the shot, and it looks as if there's only half a pocket available. As I say, he hasn't got the angle on the black to leave that red, even if it would go.
Blue.
Got an awful long way to travel here. He's got to avoid the green and the brown coming round the angles. Well, he's got the gap. Going to sail right round the back of them all. Looks as if he's got his attacking boots on, John.
Yes. Needs the yellow to come to his rescue here.
Darren Morgan, 11.
And it hasn't. He's not sneaked behind it. And Jimmy, being left-handed, won't be hampered by the yellow here. And there's a red that's possible to this left corner. Not the best safety shot there from Darren. Well, Jimmy's knocked in a couple of good long balls. Can he find one here? He can.
One.
Needed that cue ball to run a little bit further. It'd been ideal, the green, for a right-handed player. But being left-handed, he may have to use the rest, and injecting pace into the shot, using the rest, is not easy. Just wondering if he just stuns the green in. Can he leave himself the long red? But that would be tricky. As I say, if he was right-handed, a lot of players today play with either hand. Ronnie O'Sullivan plays left and right-handed, but not Jimmy. So deciding the best way about this was to leave himself this longish red. Now, this is a must-get shot for me, because if he pots
Four.
it, you feel he's going to be running into other balls. It's risky if it doesn't go in. Played it a lot of right-hand side to avoid that cannon.
5.
just about on the green. I say the green because he's so close to brown to inject any pace, but I think he can cut the green in.
Yeah, as long as the white's on the balk line or this side of it, you're okay. If it's slightly the other side of the balk line, it's a very thin snick. So the way the reds are, they're sort of blocking each other into both corners. Be a terrific shot if he can get himself onto a red here. He needs some sort of cannon, and that's not bad because they were all blocking each other. There's one available into the
8.
right corner. He needed some sort of cannon there, and he played it well. The only thing is, the red into the right corner is going to be that one there. He's got to try and find a little gap or cannon into the reds. He found the gap.
9.
But struggling to get into prime position.
Grimble.
I think the red immediately below the pink was available to the left corner. Whether he'll play it now or not, it's another matter. We need to be straight on it. I suppose he could play it, thinking the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. Looking to see what sort of a gap. There you see it, the one immediately to the right of the pink. It does pot. He'll kiss the black. Good pot. That's a trust to luck for position.
13.
Could have been worse, he's on the yellow. But look at those reds, 2 by 2.
And they're still all covering each other somewhat. Not sure if there's one available into the right corner. He's got an angle on the yellow to get up, but there we go. 3 2s. 6 it used to be.
Yellow ball.
Oh, what a shot this is. What a shot this is, by the way. That's unlucky. Oh, what an
15.
attacking shot he
A lot
took.
of work for 15, wasn't it?
Jimmy said it's an awful lot of work for 15. Yeah. Probably one of the best 15 breaks I've ever seen, Jeffy.
Yeah. Probably is. Yeah, he was a little unlucky there, wasn't he? But you're unlucky, bite the bullet, play a good safety, and
Jimmy
that's
White,
exactly
50.
what he's done. His best safety shot tonight, as it turns out. Well, he's left this red, but it looks very straight from where I'm sitting. Red to the right corner. But if anyone has the cue power, it couldn't be straighter, could it? Aye. I thought the Grand National ended in April.
But listen, he'll have a quick look at the
Morgan
tip.
4.
Sometimes you can take a little piece out of it, or a little piece out of the cloth. I'm not bothered about the cloth. It's the tip that's more important.
I presume that Michaela called a miss. But then you wouldn't want to put him back in because he could pot it next time around, couldn't he?
Something tells me I'm going to regret this. To go from there, Jim.
He's just said, something tells me I'm going to regret this. He's put him back in from there. Is that throwing the gauntlet down?
I think so. Well, maybe this time Jimmy will just concentrate, not try and play the screw back, just a solid straight pot, leave the cue ball where the red is. And then I think at least the yellow would be available to the left middle.
There's a slight angle there, you know. Might be able to run it through. Well, he tried to do that. Now where's the red going to finish up? It's not bad. Jimmy just holds his hand up to apologise.
Jimmy White 5.
Well, he didn't anticipate that happening, that's for certain. I'm just wondering, the 3 reds that are just to the left of the black spot, one at the top, could he take the pot on and miss the cannon on the other? He could play it as a shot to nothing. He's looked at that, but it'd be interesting to see if Darren tries that. Might not be on, you might just cannon the other red, so. But he's looking at it.
He needed to find the ball cushion there. Okay, he's leaving Jimmy a bit of a tester here. But I think he can play it in such a way that the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. So it takes a little bit of pressure off the pot. And plenty of value should it go in. And in it goes. Alongside the blue, but the yellow's available. Don't know whether he can avoid the kiss on the black in potting the yellow. That could spoil his position.
Yellow ball.
Well, I think in the end he was trying to use the black to hold the
3.
cue ball for the red into the right corner. If it had played with a little less pace, it could have worked out.
Jimmy White 3.
Well, has he covered the red with the blue? If he hasn't, that's a poor safety. But I think the blue may just... It is. It's okay. Fortunate.
Can't see enough of that red, but there is another red that he could maybe take into the opposite corner with the safety in mind, but that red's a bit of a problem there for him. That's not the one he would be taking on. That's much too difficult. There's another one to the left of the two reds together that he could cut in and come back down the table. It's got a good cue ball here, though. Well, I thought he had. I thought it was going to go near the cushion and in behind the brown. Looks as if he might just be able to see enough of that, but it's a risky one because the white's going to cannon into something, the two reds or the pink and red. If he takes the pot on, he'd do well to find a gap between those balls to where they're sitting, but well, if he pots the red, doesn't matter then what he cannons into. Well, why not take two reds? It's a good shot, though. Deserved to be on something.
Green ball.
I notice with Darren, he nominates the colour even when most players wouldn't, because it's pretty obvious you don't have to nominate the colour.
Yeah, absolutely. You're only really required to nominate
5.
the colour if it's debatable which one you're going for, but it's just a habit he has. Those two reds together will be the big problem he's got. Well, I didn't see that as being the problem.
Darren Morgan 5.
Hit across it. Does this red go to the middle?
Yeah, when John mentioned there, hit across it, it just means that he didn't push the cue through in a straight line. That's amazing the number of times you see that when there's a little bit of tension in the arm. Used to get 2 for that at billiards, that shot. He couldn't do anything else there. It's just very unusual. A little bit of tipping and tapping going on. Were you a tipper or a tapper, John?
Well, I didn't particularly enjoy this part of the game, but it's just the way the balls have run. Well, Jimmy's left a tempter for Darren here. And with some of his shot selection this evening, you wouldn't be surprised if he took it on, the red to the right middle. He's looking at the red that's just to the right of the yellow. That's an easy safety. And as I say, he's not been frightened to go for his shots so far this evening. Does he think this is worth the risk?
He's taking the other choice. If he can't get past the yellow to this red, Darren's played a very good shot there. It looks as if he can get, if not the pot, he can take the safety shot on, which is what he's done. And he's got a good cue ball this time. Advantage, Jimmy. Now, if you're playing on a club table, you'd get down and roll this into the middle pocket. But these pockets on the championship tables are so narrow, it makes this type of shot very difficult. He might still take it on, but you know, we've got a perfect picture there, but it's a very acute angle, believe it or not. He can easily miss this.
Not close, not close. I think he played it thinking the only red he could leave was the one he was playing, but he missed it by so far, he's left the red to the left centre.
That was unlucky. He tried to develop that awkward red
8.
and was so close to putting it into play.
Darren Morgan, 8.
Good shot. That's the type of length he was finding regularly in his semi-final match. Putting Darren under a little bit of pressure here. This red, believe it or not, just to the right of the pink, he may play a pot on this red to the right corner. He can come off 2 cushions and find a path back to the balk end. That's where he's played, and he's potted it. He's potted it, a great pot. Well played.
Good call there, John, but it's worth another look at this, but I'm not sure where the white has finished up. It's not bad. It's a natural angle to come onto the final red from this. This is terrific stuff from the Welshman here. A couple of cracking shots he's just pulled off there. And the one that you called, John, where he cut it into the right corner, played that as a shot to nothing and played to perfection.
6.
So one good stun shot here. Straightish on the yellow, but very little to do to get to the green. He's already 18 in front. Doesn't matter about getting onto the green, but he'll automatically do it. The yellow's enough to give him the frame.
13.
Sometimes it's hard to convince yourself exactly what the score is, but Darren, you're 25 points in front. This yellow to go 27 in front with 25 remaining. And as Dennis said, he couldn't help but be on the green. It's going to be 2-1 to the Welshman.
The match has been in progress.
18.
1.5 hours. It's been good match snooker. Few errors here and there, but Darren's looked very solid. There will be an
22.
interval after the next frame. No intervals so far when we had the best of 5s, but now that the final is the best of 9, we will have a 15-20 minute interval after the 4th frame.
27.
Doesn't matter about that. Just touch it and start again. Tried a trick shot, but
Darren Morgan, 27.
still might pop it up into the corner. He'll be delighted with Darren Morgan. Good match snooker from the Welshman, and he leads Jimmy White by 2 frames to 1.
Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com. Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com.
Thank you. Frame 4, Darren Morgan to break.
So it's Darren Morgan, breaks off, frame 4. There'll be an interval after this frame. And you would think this was an important frame for Jimmy White. The target to pick up the trophy and be crowned RocketPhones.com World Seniors Champion needs 5 frames. And if Jimmy was to drop 3-1 behind, he'd have a lot to think about in the intermission.
That's not what he intended. I'm just looking at it. There's a half chance for Jimmy White here. I think we heard a big sigh from Darren as soon as he made contact. He knew he had no intention of canning into the green, and Jimmy's had a look to see if the black would go. So it obviously does. So a good long straight pot required here. Good cueing. Not this time. Well, I think he may possibly have gotten away with this. It would be a brave shot to drop this red in. It's close to the cushion and play for the blank. He's looking at that, but very, very risky. And he's pretty attacking, as we have said. And it looks, well, he could. He didn't really want to be taking that, but he decided in the end, well, listen, if I get it, I've got a great chance. Wasn't a bad choice of shot, but it was a tough one.
Yeah, pushing about out a little bit, but I agree with you, Dennis. He's not holding back, Darren. He's trying to make it
1.
an attacking type of situation, going for his shots. Don't blame him for that. I mean, what was the alternative then? Just to trickle into the reds and have 15 minutes of just tip-tapping? That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Rolling them in dead weight like that is never easy. He's going to have to play another delicate shot now, though, on this red if he's going to play for the black. And with the extension on your cue, it's not that easy. The cue has a different feel with that extension on. But no problem. And there is a red just to the left of the black that will be available
9.
into the opposite corner as he's going to play the black, so he doesn't have to play any cannons. And in potting that red to the left of the black, he'll make the other 2 reds available. can't miss a black off the spot.
Jimmy White 9.
Well, is he lucky? Does the red pass the black? If not, the other one's a thin cut, but that's well, that will annoy Jimmy somewhat. And knock a little bit of the confidence out of you when you miss a black off the spot. All depends how many Darren makes from that mistake. It's all about the pot here because he's bound to be on a colour, especially with the green situated as it is. Where the green was sitting, it was going to be easy to get on it, but now that he's in the corner of the pocket, it's still on, but it's not as easy as it would have been had that white have travelled another 6 to 8 inches.
Yellow ball.
Doesn't like the green for positional purposes. The yellow's the better one, slightly more difficult pot.
Darren Morgan 1.
Fortunately for Darren, he didn't get a good cue ball. There's still one that'll pot into the right middle, but far from easy.
Yeah, sometimes it amazes you, doesn't it? He's missed an easy black off the spot, and yeah, that red was, well, 3 times harder. And then it went. No rhyme or reason sometimes, but it looks as though he's come a bit straight on the green to get good position on his next red. So looking at the brown, but the brown surely can't be the shot.
No.
Brown ball.
But it is. This is a tough pot, this.
Well played. And he's on the red, this near the black spot. Couldn't have played that any better.
6.
And the red at the back of the bunch is available as long as he gets nicely on that. He's got the one in the open available too. I think he was hoping to leave more
13.
of an angle to be able to bring a few more into play. Can't really do that now.
14.
Now he's got an angle to go into the bunch. He's still got the loose red. It just depends how he's feeling at the moment. Just went in with a medium
21.
taste there, didn't force it. That one's still available to him, as you can see. The one he's closest to will go to the right middle pocket, so he's just having a look at both. Yeah, right in the heart of the pocket. Needs to pull up though. And just about.
22.
Okay, the wrong side of the blue, but another roll there, and he was out of position.
Saw Darren there having a sly look at Jimmy as he was walking past. Sometimes when you sat in your chair, the only sort of inkling you can get is how your opponent is on the ball is by having a look at his body language.
27.
Now he's looking a lot smoother in this frame as Jimmy. He knows the importance of going to the mid-session interval all square will be. He's cueing very nicely at present.
Yeah, and I also feel when he missed that
35.
black off the spot and he wasn't punished for it, I think when he come back to the table, he still had that in his mind, and he's been a little bit more aggressive when he's going through the ball, which he needs to be.
Yeah, probably a little bit annoyed as well. And
Absolutely.
Sometimes that'll give you the boost that you need. As long as you don't get too annoyed with yourself, it's a pretty good thing to do.
But sometimes when you miss the black off the spot, you never get another chance in the frame. But he didn't have to wait long
36.
for another one. Just let that cue ball slip slightly, but he can run off 2 cushions. That red on the left-hand side of the table, he could play for that to the right middle, or the same pocket as the black. He should have had a little bit more angle on the black than this. Well, as I say, he can come round off 2 cushions, play it for the middle. Oh, he's straighter than I thought, but he's still on. Oh, he's hit it much too hard. Mind you, in fairness to Jimmy, it is flying a little bit off this top cushion.
43.
I have to say that. I mean, even at the end of the last frame, when Darren Morgan had won it, when he potted the blue, it just leapt off the cushion and went touching the pink, so...
Sure.
Maybe not all Jimmy's fault that he's not got good position here.
And there's the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress, Tony and Val Downing. They were at the VIP reception, 2 charming people from Sheffield. I like them. That gold that they've got on looks very nice, John.
Yeah, the old chainmail, isn't it? Didn't think Jimmy could hit enough of that red, and he couldn't, but... Anyway,
Jimmy
he's got a
White.
51-point lead. He's finished with a decent safety. He'll be disappointed he didn't win the frame at that visit. As well he might, but it was a poor positional shot on the black. Should have left himself more angle rather than trying to force it round off 2 cushions. But it's a decent lead, as I say. But still, there's 75 remaining.
Well, the balls are flying all over the place. Look at Darren's expression. He does pull a few faces, Darren, at times.
Well, does this red to the left of the pink, is there a path to pot it? Because otherwise there's hardly... Well, there's one to the far right corner, but Jimmy's badly hampered for that. Dear me. He only wanted one easy start, and it was end of frame.
Watch this shot here, Darren. was trying to find the gap and he just moved everything here.
Tough shot this. Yeah, hampered that full length of the table. So that bit of good fortune from Darren Morgan has given him a chance to get right back in the frame. You cannot beat a run of the balls. So much skill in this game, but luck does play a big part.
I mean, he beat the 7-time world champion Stephen Hendry, a terrific win, but he did have a good run of the ball against Stephen. But he was indicating when he played that last shot, he went back and he was throwing his elbow out as if to say he didn't push the cue through in a straight line. But look at this for a chance. And that's not bad because the yellow's there, although if he's tight on the cushion, it's a little bit awkward. Just a delicate little cannon needed on the red there. Didn't get the cannon as he anticipated. He wanted to be on that red that he cannoned. The one to the left of the pink, that's his choice. And well, if he could somehow maybe just flick the pink, it might help the situation. There's a couple of ways of playing this. He can roll it and just nudge the pink, or he can stun it and cannon the pink into a potable position. And he played it well. Couldn't have played it any better. The chance is there now. What a steal this would be. He's got to sit there and just hope that somehow Darren can slip up here. And,
19.
Well, he slipped up slightly there because he's overscrewed that. Or stunned it, rather. Didn't want to be leaving this angle. See, he's running out of position. It escalates once you play one poor shot. It seems to
26.
Continue for a few shots. This is far from easy now. I always let Jimmy off the hook there.
26.
It was the shot to get on the black that was the poor one.
It's just the difference at the moment, isn't it? Every time Jimmy misses, he seems to leave a pot on. Darren misses, doesn't leave much. Although I'm saying that, does this red pass the blue to the right middle? Jimmy, well, he's not looking too concerned, but he will be if he loses his frame and goes into the mid-session interval, 3-1 down. No, obviously the red didn't pass the blue. And if that wasn't the case, that's not the best shot he's ever played. He's left Jimmy a chance of a pot here.
Just got to be a wee bit careful, Jimmy. If he plays this pot plain ball and goes round the back of the black, the white's going to go close to the left middle pocket. So, got to be a bit careful and be aware of that. That's why he's playing it with side. Very well judged. But the white needs to pull up. The white needs to pull up.
1.
Well, you could see the line there. Worst way, just roll to the green. You're going to get the snooker with the blue.
Jimmy White 1.
And of course, being 26 points in front, no harm in putting the green safe. He doesn't need the green if he gets the chance to pot this red. The only thing I would say, Dennis, by pushing the green safe, he's made this a very easy hit. But no matter how easy the hit is, you've still got to try and get it safe. And he's not succeeded, so this is Jimmy's chance. Red and the pink will do. So the pink to go 33 points in front with just 27 remaining. And it looks now as though we're going to be all square come the mid-session interval. All to play for.
7.
And back to the best of 5 then.
Yeah. Well, it's not gone in, and 2
Jimmy
snookers
White,
needed.
7.
May encourage Darren Morgan to play on here.
Shouldn't cause Jimmy a problem. No, I wouldn't say that. The yellow's tight on the cushion, but he should be able to hit this. Oh, he's missed it. Can you believe it?
Foul.
Looked a fairly
Darren
straightforward
Morgan, 4.
escape. I think the fact the yellow went tight on the cushion made it a little bit more difficult.
Side by Darren, but I don't know what else he expected there. I don't know. He thought he was going to miss the blue. So if your opponent needs a snooker, try and get one yourself. But not quite. This frame isn't over yet. He'd pot the yellow here, I'm certain.
Yeah, because the green's no use to him where it is.
No?
Two.
And there's a possibility of coming twice across the table and in behind the black here. Not quite.
Darren Morgan 2.
Yeah, but a little bit of nervous energy being spent here by Jimmy. That was unnecessary. There's a one cushion escape when he was trying to get out of the snooker to hit the yellow. I wouldn't expect a player of his quality to not hit it. Close to the cushion or not. Just to remind you, 27 points the difference, 25 remaining. I'm not quite certain what Darren was playing there.
No, he was trying to stun in behind the black and just hit it all wrong. That's why he's smiling away to himself there.
I never saw the stun. No, and the longer this green stays on the table, the more chance Darren has. And once again, that shot you mentioned before, Dennis, he was only just out. He had a good length, but he just got the wrong side of the black. Can he get behind the black this time?
Better line this time. A much better line this time. Oh, fractions out. Well, this is far from easy. Dead straight, striking down. Oh, wow. Best shot of the match so far, coming at the right time.
Jimmy White 3.
30 points of difference. 2 4-point snooker to tie now.
Well, if he potted that brown, he could win with 2 snookers. He'd get 5 points for the penalties on the blue.
Yeah, it's just one less ball to snooker behind, but I think that's why he will pot the brown. Well, it's going somewhere. It nearly went in one of the pockets of someone sat on the front row rather than on the table. But that'll dot the I's and cross the T's.
4.
I don't know who's going to feel the better of the two players as they go into their dressing rooms. There's a banana shot by Jimmy
9.
White, and it's worked out a peach. Just watch this. Well, we were going to watch it. We'll show it again later. It doesn't matter about the pink.
Jimmy White
Darren
9.
Morgan will now concede.
different.
And I don't know whether Darren knows or not, but it's now a mid-session interval, Darren. You can go to the dressing room. Calm yourself down. We're all square. 2 apiece.
Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Senior Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com.
A terrific reception for both players as they come back into the arena to play this final to a conclusion. Terrific atmosphere in the Crucible Theatre here. Smiles all around.
Thank you. The 5th frame. Jimmy White to break.
That's not the break-off shot you want after a 20-minute interval. One of his supporters says, "Come on, Darren," so he gives him the thumbs up, but the blacks got tied up immediately from the break-off shot there, and the blue's been knocked off its spot, so there's a red here, but where's the colour coming from? Had a bit of a chance, Darren, to lead 3-1, but Jimmy did well to level, and it's back to the best of 5. That's pretty good. There's very little for him to play for. He's got a perfect angle on the green if he wants to. Might be worth playing a cannon into the pink and reds, or even try and cannon the black and red. So he's got choices here. I don't think that red pot's to the right of the black, but he's got a good angle on the green. So let's see how he goes about this.
Darren Morgan 1.
I still think it'd have been better potting the green and going into the pink and reds, because, you know, he's dropped on this red at the back of the bunch. Okay, it might spring the pink out into play, but oh, hang on, the red did pot.
1.
So Darren did play the correct shot. It looked as if that wouldn't go, John.
Yeah, he's nicely on the black. And it's available now into both corner pockets. Just getting a bit of a bounce off that top cushion.
8.
But he's perfect. And now
9.
he's left an angle to go into the reds. Hit the red immediately above the black. Anything but full, and he should be okay. And he didn't hit it at all. That's the problem when you're playing with pace like that. You've got to put
16.
a bit of extra bottom on the cue ball to get the reaction. So a tough mid-distance red to continue the visit. Slightly hampered he will be by the green. A long way away.
Jimmy White 16.
Just didn't get at the cannon as he intended, and I think this red goes to the middle.
Yeah, just cued across that one slightly, Jimmy, rather than pushing the cue through in a straight line. Well, the red doesn't go, so doesn't go past the pink. This is much more difficult. And I noticed with Darren, we were chatting about it, John, when he's striking the cue ball, he's hitting it just left of centre. A few players do that, and on these lively cloths, if you're not cueing really well, it's easy to cue across the ball. And once again, the pace of the table just catching him out somewhat there.
4.
He should have been on this red a lot straighter so that he could have played for the black. So it's back up the other end of the table again. No, overcut it, so there's a little bit of
Darren
tension
Morgan, 4.
creeping into this final, which is quite understandable. And this is a big test for Jimmy White. Dead straight red. He'll be on the black. It's a confidence booster if he can knock this in. Had a choice of reds there. Felt that that was the better one to get closer to the black. Not sure what happened there.
8.
Maybe a heavy contact because he's not on the red as intended again, so the kick didn't help him there.
Jimmy White 8.
Very edgy start from both players after the mid-session interval.
Good positional shot there from Darren. He's got the angle on the black to do what he likes, really. Probably play for the red just to the left of the pink in the opposite corner. Looks like he's got the angle to stun on and off the side cushion. Well decided, he didn't fancy that and played the cannon into the reds, and it's not worked out too good.
8.
It was a good attacking shot though, and to pop black with that pace. He's a bit unlucky not to develop something. Is this worth risking cutting it in, because he would be heading up towards the yellow? No, just going to concentrate. He can only get over sort of behind the green from this position.
Darren Morgan 8.
Well, it's safe, but it's not a telling safety. Let's see if Jimmy can get a better one. Just checking to make sure he's not going to knock a red over the left corner, but it's all about the cue ball here. Well, there is a red coming towards the corner pocket. And he didn't get enough pace on the safety shot. If he's got a slight angle, he's okay, because if he snookers himself on the black, he'll have the pink available. It's just off straight, that red.
Yeah, the problem is if you're playing these with pace and you're trying to pinch a bit of the pocket, likely to miss it. That's the problem. You play with that pace. If you don't find the centre of the cue ball, anything could happen.
I think he had a slight angle there to run that through, John.
He obviously didn't fancy that, and he was trying to screw back, but you could see, because he didn't hit the cue ball in the middle, a little shake of the head from Jimmy. Slightly hampered, but he shouldn't cause him a problem. And play for the pink in the middle.
1.
And just be glad you're back to the table.
Now, who's going to take control of this final? Because they've both looked a bit edgy now, coming out after the interval, and it's the player that's going to take control. Could go on and string a few frames together.
Yeah, it looks as though the black goes to the right corner, the way Jimmy's looking. So, 12 points to lead. This black will put him 19 points in front. The 4 reds in the middle of the table and the one near the right corner with colours will be more than enough to get into snooker's required.
8. Nine.
That could have gone wrong, but he's judged it well. Well, I think he has.
15.
Surely that pink's not... Wow. Well, the question is, what exactly did he play for there?
I think he put a little bit of a quick one in, didn't get any action on the cue ball.
Making hard work of this visit.
As we keep saying, when you run slightly out of position, it takes a few shots before you get back into prime position. And he needs another good shot here. That's better cueing.
$23. $24.
Just got that into that a little bit too much. Should be okay. Well, he's using the rest. He's usually very reliable with this. Yeah, played it nicely. Sees a little bounce, which he's got off the cushion.
30.
41 points to lead. Just
31.
a bit short once again. A little bit straighter. He could have comfortably got on the red just below the pink.
Yeah, he's going to have to play the cannon now, isn't he? Well, he could hold it for the middle pocket, so didn't look as if he had the angle to do that, but controlled
38.
that very well.
Red and a colour required.
39.
Just had a quick glance at the scoreboard there, just to work out. You don't have the running total on the scoreboard. You've got to work it out yourself. As you can see, 56 in front,
45.
51 on the table, worth a double.
If that goes in, no way back to the table for Darren Morgan. So it looks like Jimmy White, for the first time in the match, is going to lead.
Everybody loves a double. Must be quite warm out there in the crucible. Just a little bit of perspiration on Darren's head there.
$53. Jimmy
Doesn't
White,
matter about
53.
that. It was an edgy start from both players after the mid-session interval, but Jimmy White for that 50 break has done very well and got himself into the lead at 3 frames to 2. Well, that's how the players got through to the final. There's been some cracking matches, John, and James Wattoner there still got the highest break with a break of 113.
Yeah, in line for that valued at £1,000 Chamberlain watch. Yeah, just having a look. Jimmy White played really well this afternoon in his 3-1 victory over James. And Darren Morgan, well, just his match play and seemed to me his greater experience over Leo Fernandez. That was the reason it was 3-0, but all that forgotten. This match building up nicely, getting very exciting. Big frame coming up here now, I think.
Thank you. Frame 6. Darren Morgan to break.
There's been quite a few errors during the match, but just all adds to the excitement. Good break-off shot. Excellent shot there from Jimmy White. That, to me, was the key in his victory in the semi-final against James Wattoner. His safety play was top draw. It's not been that consistent so far this evening, but that was a good shot.
Possible pot into the left middle pocket for Jimmy here, and if he does drop it in, he'll be on the green or brown, you would feel. Nicely played. It's not a good chance just yet. Pink tied up, black slightly hampered with that red to the right of it.
You know, the fact he's looking at the yellow must mean he's very straight on the green.
Yeah, that picture there tells you that it's almost straight or just slightly the wrong side.
So yellow it is.
And that's pretty well played. I'm not sure if the black passes that red. Jimmy's having a long, hard look at it now. Must be pretty tight. Well, that tells you that the black does pass the red. Starting to look good here is the whirlwind. Not so much of a whirlwind these days, more of a stiff breeze, John.
Yeah, Well, that comes with experience, of course. You don't want to be missing easy shots. Try and screw back off the side cushion for the red. To the right, the black in the same pocket. Oh, that's too much. Far too much. Far too much.
Yeah, flexing his back arm there. You can tell there was a bit of tension in it.
Jimmy White, 11.
He'll be disappointed as he gets back to his seat. That was a good opportunity. Poor positional shot.
Can't cue them much better than that. And if he pots the black, I think he'll cannon the other red, so he won't run away up the table.
Yeah, this black only just passes the red. Now, when you're right behind it, as Jimmy was previously, it's easy. But when you're playing into what we call a blind pocket, where you've got the cue ball, the object ball in your line, but not the pocket, this black is a bit more difficult than it would be if you were straight behind it.
Well, there you can see it's very, very tight indeed. Wow, he's going to have to be very precise with this. Oh, terrific. Very well cued there.
8.
He's a battler, is this Welshman. He'll never give up, and he gives everything 100%. Always has done.
Nine. Rainbow.
Well, if he's got himself onto
13.
the red, and he has done, just to the right of the black, that was a terrific shot. This clears the black for both corner pockets now. Wow, this is terrific
14.
stuff from Darren here. It really is. He's been put under pressure, falling behind by 3 frames to 2, and he's responding very well here.
Twenty-one. $22.
Well, Jimmy White made a 50-plus break in the previous frame. Is Darren going to return the compliment? Still a couple of loose reds.
29.
Not as nicely on the red as he would have liked. And that was the problem, you see, running slightly out of position. It was a good pot in the middle, but just didn't manage to slip round the back of the black. This is tricky into the middle pocket.
Darren Morgan, 30.
Well, it was a good effort, but he would have been expecting to make more than 30 there with Darren.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a few of those shots now on the superfine cloth normally in these championships. There's hardly any nap, but I've noticed that they just drift to the near jaw, a few of them. So that mistake by Jimmy, not as costly as it could and should have been.
Jimmy White special here. That is not the Jimmy White special.
Darren Morgan, 5.
He was hoping to power the red in and get round on the blue.
He's to run well short of the intended position.
There is one at the back and to the left of the bunch that'll go. I wonder will Darren take the blue up into the corner to get onto that one. I think he will.
No, it looks like he's played in the middle. He seems to be struggling at the moment to get the cue going through the ball.
6.
That's two really that have been miss-hit badly. Consistency of strike,
Darren Morgan,
not
6.
there.
Now Darren won't mind the black being out of commission there because he's got a 30-point advantage. And with the pink also out of commission at the moment, it wouldn't be easy for Jimmy to score many points if he got a chance. I don't know if he can pot this and miss the cannon on the reds. He couldn't, that's why he didn't even attempt the pot. But I think Jimmy can take the pot on and avoid the cannon onto the reds. Or can he see enough of the blue must be in the way?
Well, I think he'd be more than happy here to try and bring all the reds into play, but he's got to go and find that baulk cushion with the cue ball. And there's not a bad target behind green and brown. But as so many times, well under hit. Good line, but nowhere near the length required.
One good pot here, and as long as he doesn't cannon into either of the two reds near the cushion, he'll come round the table towards the blue. Long way out.
He's been a bit disappointing, Darren, the last couple of visits. It looked as though he was getting his act together. And then all of a sudden, he just seems to have tightened up. And I just feel if Jimmy can win this frame, it'd be a long way back for Darren Morgan.
I think all of a sudden Darren's started to realise he's got a great chance of lifting this World Seniors title here at the Crucible. And I think the experience is telling quite a bit as well here, John.
Yeah, well, Jimmy's been there. I mean, I know Darren's been in many big matches, but Jimmy's been in plenty. This blue shouldn't be a problem if he cues it nice. Just overscrewed it slightly. He's just having a problem controlling the cue ball. In fact, both players are, in all honesty. Playing for the pink in the middle, it needs to run a bit more. Just have a look at Jimmy's face, see whether he's happy or unhappy. Well, no reaction, so he's happy enough.
$13.
They're all available, those three behind the pink. The only difficult red is the one that's behind the black spot. It's not tight on the cushion. Still got a long way to go before he gets to that one.
Green ball.
Boy. Well, he's played that with a trace aside and missed the pot by a mile. So even with all his experience, Jimmy is struggling a bit now. It shows what it means to these players. I mean, it's just a bit of tension that's crept in. Darren tidying up again.
One.
It's a bit early to call it, but this looks like it's got a 5-4 written all over it, John.
Yeah, nobody's found any consistency yet. Oh, and Darren had to sort of use a bit of body language to get that in. He thought he'd missed it. 23 points the lead. Still needs these three remaining reds to be certain.
8.
You can tell he's putting quite a bit of body movement into every shot down. It's as if he's willing the ball into the pocket. And the black's going to be a little bit of a distraction again when he stretches across the table.
Yeah, just looking at it now, 30 points
14.
to lead, so red, pink, red, blue would leave Jimmy needing a snooker.
15.
If that keeps on running, well, Jimmy will come back out of his seat because he'll only need the one snooker if Darren rolls the blue, and Darren's just looking at the scoreboard and working that out. He's looking at the pink, but I don't think he'll be taking that one on. It's a chance. It's got a chance. I think he tried that. He got a good cue ball. He tried to double that red. It was a free shot. May have looked like a fluke, but that's what he attempted.
Pink ball.
No, it didn't matter about the pink. Jimmy White will concede too many snookers required, surely. Well, he's coming back. Maybe he's just annoyed after missing that sitter of a green. Okay, he's guaranteed the snooker, but he needs a few of them. 37 points behind, 27 remaining, 4-point snookers required.
And of course, no miss can be called when your opponent needs snookers, so he'd like to hit it, but it's not imperative that he does. That's coming around the back of the yellow. So that's one of the snookers that was needed.
4.
They're not in a great position for snookers. Believe it or not, the black's probably the best ball because you want something near a cushion. And you think those 4 colours are in a good position to get snookers behind, but not easy to get a good snooker. You want to be getting tight in behind the colour. See, that's okay, but it's easy to hit even if it's a snooker. Just a little bit of swerve needed. I, like you, John, thought, because we've seen Jimmy and played Jimmy so many times, needing 3 snookers, he would normally concede the frame.
As long as that yellow's staying on, once he's made his mind up, Jimmy, to play for the snookers, and he got one of them. Still needs 2 more. 33 points of difference. He got that fine enough, and that kiss off the black, well, doesn't help him really. So 33 points of difference. If he potted yellow, green, brown and blue, That would put him 19 points behind, so he'd only need one snooker on the pink. If he gets a chance, I think that could be a plan. If he can pot this yellow, I think that's what he'll think of.
In fact, the black's been moved slightly and is in a worse position now. For snookers, it was nearer the cushion previously.
2.
Well, that's the yellow, and he's perfectly on the green, and he's looking at the scoreboard, and he'll now be working out and doing what you suggested, John.
5. 9.
As I say, it's just that the black's not perfectly placed. It'd be 19 behind, one snooker to tie.
14.
But as I say, he's only going to get the one ball to try and get the snooker behind.
Jimmy White, 14.
First tournament Jimmy ever won, funnily enough, was at Trentham Gardens in Stoke-on-Trent when he's played Cliff Thorburn in the final. He needed a snooker on the pink and black deciding frame. Got it. And potted the pink and black.
Well, if Cliff's watching and listening to this, he'll be delighted with that, reminding him about that.
I saw him shake hands with Nigel Bond tonight.
What was he in front of Nigel here at the Crucible in the World
He was
Championship?
8-1 in front, wasn't he, after the first session in the best of 19?
An amazing match that was, and what a result, and how well Nigel played. And of course, Nigel's going to be on the seniors tour shortly, I think.
Oh, wow, he put all his eggs in one basket. So it will be 3 each. Jimmy said that's enough, don't bother getting the long rest and the extension. So we're back all square. Started off best of 9, it's now best of 3.
Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Seniors Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com. Rocket Phones, proud partner of the World Seniors Snooker Tour. RocketPhones.com.
Thank you. Frame 7, Jimmy White to break.
Jimmy gets frame 7 underway. Started out best of 9. Now down to the best of 3. Just at the moment you would have to say, well, both players are trying so hard to lift this World Seniors Championship. Jimmy already holds 2 titles. He won the 6 Reds World Championship in Belfast, and he won the Irish Masters down in Goffs in County Kildare. Oh, the white's going to reach the pocket. Can you believe that? It didn't look like it was going to get anywhere near. It was as if it was running downhill there.
That's a much better safety shot. He's just not been doing that consistently.
Yeah, he did that throughout his semi-final with James Watson. He kept putting James on that ball cushion with his safety shots. And those are the sort of shots that'll pay dividends, because eventually you'll force your opponent into making a mistake. Not easy to strike from that close to the cushion. This is a bit of a chance. Darren just cued slightly across that one. Let's see if Jimmy can put a smoother stroke on this one. This is a terrific chance now, the way the Reds are situated. Black's available into one corner pocket. I'm not sure if the pink Well, it's going on to the blue spot. That's a bonus. Much
7.
better there than being tied up.
Eight.
Straight enough this time on this red to play for
14.
the black.
15.
Just got to be careful here. I just want to get rid of these 2 reds that are just below the black. And just up, he'd like to have been straight on this black. But surely, even if he's just off straight, he could play a little stun run through off the top cushion. You'd like to move, particularly the red that's immediately to the right of the black. That would make the black available into both corners. Well, I decided to play the cannon and it's worked out well. Didn't want to play it. It was risky, but it was worth the risk.
22. 23.
You can see Jimmy with his bridge hand. Sometimes a couple of fingers are moving. There's quite a few players do that. You can see them there just moving. Remember his great friend, and he grew up playing with him, Tony Mayo.
30.
He was a left-hander like Jimmy is. Used to be, all his fingers were moving. Great player
31.
Tony Mayo was. Won the world doubles with Steve Davis 5 times.
Well, a chance here to go into them. Just got to be careful he doesn't stick in them, though. That's the only thing. Oh, he's missed the cannon completely. Can you believe that? He's walking away in disgust. That is
38.
amazing. Just wanted to stun up into the red. Perfect angle. Just got into the cue ball too much. And that's what I was saying earlier on, Dennis, that inconsistency of strike that we've seen from both players tonight.
Yeah, it looked as if he was just going to start and take control of this final, and then he played that shot. And that's not the best safety in the world.
Jimmy
He's
White.
just 34 in front. Amazing how he missed that. And it's Darren's turn to play a pretty poor safety shot, it has to be said. They're not getting anywhere near the ball cushion with their safety at the moment. Now, is there a path through? I don't think there is, looking at Darren's body language there. If there's a path through to this red, into the left corner, he'll take it on and try and get on the black. Can't really tell from that shot. We'll find out shortly. Yep, can see enough of it. And there you go. That's a little beauty he's pulled out there. So that mistake from Jimmy a few shots ago when he missed the reds completely could prove costly.
Eight.
Well, it might look quite comfortable, but that pink's going to be a little bit of a distraction for Darren. He's got to be careful there. Just about okay.
Thank you. 9.
Doesn't want to be straight on this black. Because looking at the reds there, they're all blocking each other. He's just got the one loose red. Maybe one of them's available. No, just that loose one was the one.
16.
Always happen when you're striking down on the cue ball like that. You've got the angle on the pink then to cannon the reds, but he had to stun it to get into that position.
Quick glance there from Jimmy. Looks to have snookered Darren on all reds. Now normally you'd think, well, come off 2 cushions, nestle into the back of the cluster, but the yellow and green are in the way of that, so it's a 1 cushion. Got to judge this well. It's too hard. He'll be lucky if he's not left anything here. I thought he may have left a red to the middle, but I think if he had, I think Jimmy may be down and playing it by now. There it is, but I think the red to the left of it is just stopping Jimmy getting to the potting angle. Or is he? Just playing safe. Oh, and hit the other red by mistake. Well, it's hard to know what's going to happen next, Dennis.
Yep, very difficult to predict the shots here with what's going on out there. There's a red into the right corner, but it's no good to Darren because the red to the left of the black, so that's why he's taking this one here. Look where the red's going now. Yeah, just tapping his head there, Darren. He's just lost his way somewhat at the moment.
Yeah, I think what made that pot more difficult than it would have been normally, he was hampered slightly by the blue. He just was frightened of feathering the blue on when pushing the cue through. Jimmy's hampered, but the pot's easy enough.
1.
He could have done without the kiss, but he's okay. He's got the pink. And this is not much more difficult than a straight black, really.
Seven.
And once again, slightly out of position. Just struggling to keep control of that cue ball. I keep saying how fast this cloth is. When you're cueing really well, it's a delight to play on. When you're slightly off your game, it's so easy to run out of position.
And of course, with the pots that both players have missed, they're making so much emphasis on potting the ball. That's when you usually run out of position. Big shot, this. But it's right in the heart of the pocket. There's a natural angle to come on the red just to the left of the black.
Sure.
Slowly but surely
14.
building up a useful lead. 32 points now.
Hey, the jumping Jimmy White.
22.
Sounds like a Rolling Stones song.
Yeah, and of course Ronnie Wood is Jimmy's great pal. I'm sure if Ronnie has a chance, he'll be watching this somewhere in the world. He'll be jumping up and down as well. Still needs 3 more of these remaining reds to be certain to take this frame and get 1 frame away from victory.
Just taking his time, steadying things down after that wobble on the black. Once again, not ideal position. If he takes the blue, he's got to go all the way around the table to get to the... All 3 reds are available into the right corner and 1 available into the left, so he should get on them even though he's going all the way around the angles. This looks about absolutely spot on.
29.
That's it, snooker's required, and a lovely cannon. And he needs to do this, he needs to clear these reds up. He doesn't want the frame to drag on with Darren playing for snookers. He needs to
37.
get enough points ahead to keep Darren in his seat. So we'll just be setting him up for the next frame, the frame he'll need to take the seniors title. First time ever it's been played at the home of snooker, the Crucible Theatre.
44. 45.
This coming at just
52.
the right time for Jimmy White and his supporters. But there's still a possibility, and I mentioned earlier we could go all the way to the deciding frame, and that still might happen.
61.
Be a good time to make the highest break of this final.
64. $68.
A little bit of vintage Jimmy White here.
$73.
Now let's see how good he is with the rest. It doesn't matter, but if anybody can pot the pink and hold for the black, it's this man. See. Look at that for the shot. Superb positional shot there. And what a way to finish. He's potted the lot. And Jimmy White now puts himself just one frame away from lifting this title. Came just at the right time, that John. I mean, Darren, both looked a little bit edgy, and I thought if someone takes hold of it by the scruff of the neck, he certainly did there.
Yeah, but we always say the game's about fractions, don't we? And that black that Jimmy played, and it rattled and it rattled and it rattled, and it just showed you the relief that Jimmy had when he jumped up in the air. That's the players. It's been a real international field we've had here. We've had Republic of China, Joris Mars, who lost in the first round to Leo Fernandez. He went all the way to Toronto. He's from the Netherlands. He went all the way to Toronto to play in a qualifier.
Yeah, they can go all over the world for the qualifiers, and all you have to be is 40. You don't have to be a professional. If you're over 40 and you like the game of snooker, you can enter the qualifiers, and you could finish up at the Crucible Theatre. You know, Jason Francis keeps saying it, the organizer, dreams can come true.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Frame 8. Darren Morgan to break.
So Darren Morgan's going to break off.
Settle down now, please.
Can he take us into a decider? Good break off.
Don't forget what Stephen Hendry said about Darren Morgan when they were interviewed at the VIP reception. He said, make no mistake, Darren Morgan, you'd have to scrape this man off the table. He'll never give up. Can Jimmy find one of his telling safety shots here?
Not the easiest of chances, mainly because you've got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball, but both those reds are potable to the corner. Well, maybe one of them is. But as I say, because You got to do a bit with the cue ball. You'd prefer this one. I don't know whether this red cuts. Well, if it did, he hit it much too thick. It's okay. That's safe enough.
Well, is the black
Well, I say safe enough.
close to the pocket that we could have a longish frame here? In fact, I don't think he can squeeze a red past the black.
No, I thought he could at first, but if he could, Darren would have played it then, wouldn't he?
Fun and games here. Every possibility of a re-rack. And I don't think we've had one so far this year. Because if they keep pushing the reds towards the black, it's going to be a bit of a stalemate. I don't think he can get to the two reds behind the pink without a little bit of swerve. Yeah, you can see he's swerving around the green. And he's played it well. Even, oh, I say he's played it well. Now that he's hit the blue, there's a red available, possibly into the right corner. And is there a possible plant on as well? He's looked at that, but yet there's the red that'll go, and that plant's not too far away from being on. In fact, and there's a possibility, you know, he could get on the black here. Is there a path through to the black? Surely not. Not quite.
No. But I think there's every value here. And Jimmy, I can't see the value in just playing safe because, you know, that black's tying up the corner. So will he go for the yellow?
ball.
Yes. And try and come down the table and get on one of these reds to keep the break going. In goes the yellow. Now he's just going to run. Was that a plant you spotted, Dennis?
I think it might be, John. I think he can make it even if it's not in line because they're so close together.
3.
Yeah, it's going slightly to the right of the pocket, but he can squeeze that in.
Yep.
He can see the other red as well next to the pink. No.
I should have played the plant. The plant was unmissable.
Jimmy White 3.
You could have made the plant quite easily.
Plant was unmissable. Now we've got a possibility of a stalemate. I can't see a quick end to this frame.
It'll be interesting to see how many shots they play before one player looks to the other and says, listen, let's start the frame again. Because there's another red gone over towards the black. Okay, he's got a good cue ball here.
You know, the only thing is, of course, is this red that's adjacent to the right corner pocket. While that's there, there's always a chance that one of the players could leave it. Jimmy trusting the table. He thinks it rolled off. Well, if he must have rolled off a long way because he was nowhere near the red. And the red's left on and a path to the black. Although there is a path to the black, it's not going to be the best scoring opportunity.
Well, it's now ended the stalemate. Now, how's he going to get the white out of that jaw of the pocket when he pops the black? Because if he hits it too hard, he could cannon off a red and maybe send the white back into the pocket. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this finishes if he plays it with pace. I told you, I can't believe he didn't spot that.
Darren Morgan 1. Jimmy White
Yep,
7.
you called it, Dennis, and it was a very good call. It's unbelievable he fell for that old chestnut. See, what happens when you put that much topspin, when it hits the red, it reverses and becomes backspin. They're seniors. They should know these things. He's been a little bit fortunate, Darren, that red that's in the balk end, Jimmy can't get to. Doesn't appear to get to the potting angle. Just wondering if he can get through to this red, to this left corner pocket. I don't see the value in this. It doesn't look as though he can get through to the potting angle, but he can get through, I think, to this red to the left corner. I know it's a distant shot, but it's one that it's well within Jimmy's range here, and if he stunned it in, the black would be available to the opposite corner.
Absolutely, John. This is a shot to play. This could pay big dividends. Played it a little tentative.
Just played it with no confidence whatsoever, but I can only think that he thought it was going to be very difficult, but he's to get on the black, but he's not left anything, it appears. These balls couldn't be more awkward if you tried to place them this way.
Well, that's a poor shot from Darren. Shouldn't have been canning into the green there. There's plenty of tension out there. Well, he nearly dropped the cue there. That's okay. Played that as a shot to nothing. So if he touched the red, he'll roll up to the brown and get the snooker, and the fact he didn't. There is a possible cut in here, John, but he's close to the cushion. The little triangular reds, the top one will cut into the corner pocket here.
Yeah, if he can get past the yellow. And the reason I think that it's not a bad shout, because where's the safety? If you can't play safe, you may as well play the pot. There you see it. Those 5 reds, the left-hand one clearly cuts. If you can get past the yellow, why not go for it? Because the way the balls are situated, I think even if you left your opponent in, you wouldn't expect him to score too many. But, as I say, can he get past the yellow? He can, certainly. He's got to go for it. Got to take it on. Commit. Head down, push the cue through straight. No. Well, this could be an off, could it? Yeah.
Foul. Darren Morgan 4.
Very surprising he didn't risk the pot there. It's not as if he's trying to protect a big lead. But it's how you feel on the shot that matters, and he obviously didn't fancy it.
And Darren's got a red into the same pocket, but he may have to play this for side, because if he plays a plain ball, he might cannon into the black here. That's the one. It's all about the pot. Let the white just go wherever it's going to go. He's played it with lots of side, and that's why the pot was much more difficult. Right of striking there, and you've got to try and judge it when you're playing with side. The pot's much easier if you play it plain ball. It's a bit of a messy table, isn't it? But, well, it was worse when the black was right over the pocket.
Morgan 4.
It's cost them 4 points, but what it's also done is given Darren a choice here. He did well not to cannon into the two reds, and you could see the white was always heading into the pocket. Now, what does Darren play here? Does he fully commit? Or has he got a little bit of safety in mind? He fully committed. That's a cracker. Although if you look where he's placed the cue ball, the only red he was going to leave is the one he had to go at, but that's the best he's cued for quite some time. And what a time to pull that pot out. Oh, it needs to pull up. And it has done. He walks around the table
7.
looking a little anxious. Can you believe it? No rhyme or reason for missing an easy black like that.
After what we've seen tonight, Dennis, yes, I can believe it. But Darren will not believe it. Straightforward black off the spot. Unforgivable. Now the last thing Jimmy needs to be is dead straight on this pink. If he is, I'm not quite certain which red he can play on. Has he got some kind of angle? Well, that's about as good as he could do. Well played. That was as good as he could one for a while. Got through that nicely.
7.
Can he get an angle on the pink when potting this red? I mean, it's not a gimme by any means, this. As I say, at this
Jimmy White,
stage,
7.
anything can be missed and is being missed.
1.
Well, without the bump in the middle pocket, he was guaranteed to be on an easy colour, this black. He's looking at it. That's an awkward cutback from that position. He was just looking at the angle there. If he was to cut the black in, could he avoid cannoning the pink and maybe hit the reds? This is a brave shot. I think if he pots the black, he won't cannon the pink and may hit the reds.
Black ball.
Brave shot. And he's played it to perfection. What a shot that is from the Welshman. Well, that was absolutely brilliant. Not only to pot the black, to miss the pink and cannon the reds. Superb.
Yes, and as we always say, after a shot like that, you deserve everything you get. Well, would you believe it?
Thank you.
Now, the thing you've got to say, and I'm
9.
going to forgive some of the players here. Normally when we play at the Crucible Theatre in the World Championship, they have table heaters. I don't know, for some reason it just seems to be springing off the cushions, but fortunately he's just about able to pot this pink. But that sprung off the cushion, didn't it?
Yeah, it has been playing fantastic.
15.
The table very, very quick, but yeah, that one nearly slipped away from him because he was playing for the black or the pink there. Judge did better this time.
16.
Though if he's dead straight on the black, well, he'd still be okay because he can screw back over towards those 5 reds. Is he straight on the black? Must be. That's why he's looking at the pink. Because of the red that's just away from the 4 there. Now you can see there's a slight angle to work with if he wants to, but he's looked at the pink and the black a few times. Pink's the choice.
Twenty-two.
Needs to come away from the cushion with the
23.
cue ball. I'm not sure if he has done. No, it's a bit close to the cushion for comfort. Okay, he's not on a red, but I'll tell you what, he cued that
29.
pink superbly well, being close to the side cushion there. 33-point advantage is pretty good under the circumstances here, the way the balls are.
Darren Morgan, 29.
But just looking at the yellow, brown and blue, they're a very good target to get snookers behind. No easy safety shot here. Might just have to come off the back cushion here and land on the two reds.
That's worked out very nicely. Darren with a 33-point advantage. But he knows he's got to be careful. If he can get the next chance and pot the next red, then you think he'd be certain to level the match and take us to a decider. But he needs a good safety shot before that happens. And this looks pretty good. In fact, that's very good. Good shot. Jimmy's in a spot of bother here. He cannot afford to let Darren pot the next ball. Needs to be thin with this one. And was, all things considered, good return to balk.
Can he find a good cue ball here? As I say, it's a great target. Yellow, brown and blue. Too thin. Much too thin. This red will cut the one near the black. That was a terrific chance for Jimmy if he had slotted that red in. The black was over the pocket. There was 3 easy reds available. He's looking for a good safety shot, but it's not easy the way they finished up. And there's one red that will pot into the left corner, but there's no colour available. And if it went wrong, he'd put Jimmy right in amongst them. It's just one of those situations where you just can't see an easy safety.
Yes, and with the lead he has, the black not being in a possible position, he doesn't want to really bring the black into play.
It's not easy to leave the white just on the cushion behind the black spot area because that red's not available near the black, so...
Well, he's made his mind up, he's made some decision. Is he playing the pot on this red? In the end, it was a half-hearted attempt at one. Did well. He'll settle for that.
I said it was a good target, those three colours, and Jimmy's got in behind the yellow, and it's so tight. He might just be able to get enough side just to land on the reds, but he could leave a pot on. Yeah, look at that for a nudge. He has left the pot on. What a telling safety that was that Jimmy played. Bit of a chance this. I can see 3 reds, 3 pinks at the moment.
It may be a bit risky. I wonder if he could just play this red in off the red to the left of the black and develop the black. Well, he's screwing back for the pink, it appears.
1.
I'll tell you what, John, we've had some terrific match snooker. We've had some poor misses, but it's going to be a tense
7.
and exciting finish.
Yeah, no matter which way it goes. Jimmy at the moment. Once again, you see there was a chance there, maybe just to flick it off that red near the black. I might have been taking a chance on that myself. He's just concentrating at the moment and getting back in the frame points-wise. Now he's got the red in play and he can pot it. I know he's very close to it, but he can pot it. Reduced his arrears now to 19 points. As we see the shot again.
15.
It'll be a big ask, of course, to win frame and match at this visit, but he's right back in the frame.
Well, even though he's a left-hander, the way the 2 reds are, you can't drop in behind any of them. He's going to have to move one of them.
21.
So can he get an angle on the pink to do that? You'd have to be so precise. Now, how's the angle on the pink?
22.
Depends whether he can push it through with a lot of side as to whether he can avoid the black and swing that. Nah, it's a bit too straight to do that. Might be able to force a bit of angle. These lively cloths, even though you're just off straight, you can create an angle with playing the shot with lots of power. Which is what he tried, but the black was always going to be in the way.
But just 5 points behind now.
28.
Right back in it.
Now, if you're playing Jimmy in an exhibition, he'd get the rest out. He'd cut that red down the cushion, get on the black, and win the frame. It's not an exhibition. It's the final of the RocketPhones.com World Senior Snooker Championship, and played at the Crucible Theatre. Well, is he still going to take it on? He's looking at the putting angle. He has. He tried to putt that, believe it or not.
Jimmy White, 20.
He's got it safe.
Is Darren playing the double? No, just playing the snooker behind the black. I think he's just overhit it. It might just be an edge of that red sticking out. Bit clumsy, that one.
There's no easy safety shot on here. I think you could play maybe a little thin one off the red near the cushion and miss the black and swing it around the table. Well, it's just a containing safety. Jimmy can somehow screw. The only problem, he tries to screw back behind the black and he doesn't get the red to make contact with one of the other colours. Oh, I'll tell you what, is he trying to double and back up? Who's going to play the best safety shot here to give himself a chance? Oh, he decelerated on that. Now, Jimmy, what a time to pull out a Jimmy White special, as Darren has a little shake of his head. A lot of pressure on this. Superb. Superb. That's what you call real bottle, that shot. And is that the one that's going to give Jimmy White the title?
Well, it certainly was a great shot. 2 points to lead, but he's underhit this positional shot. He should have been straight on this red, just stun it in and play for the black. Now, how is he on the colour? How is he on the colour? Needs to slow up. He'd like to be on the yellow, I feel. It's not straightforward. That blue's causing the problem, being at that end of the table. He's looked at the green, but if he pots the green, can he get the right angle on the yellow? Remember, the yellow will come back up. Cannon on the blue would be nice. No, it was, but he underhit it slightly. But he's in with a chance. Could this be the frame and match-winning opportunity he's been waiting for?
And how many years has he been waiting to lift a world title? Okay, as the senior, 6 finals he lost in here at the Crucible Theatre.
Well,
Stephen Hendry hadn't been around, he'd have won the world title on a couple of occasions, John.
Yep. That's all in the past. In the now, 5 points to lead. He needs these 4 colours that are all within, well, 3 foot one another. There's one of them gone.
12.
He's on the green.
Thank you.
And he's played that so well. Lots of right-hand side to hold for the brown. It was the opening red was an absolute cracker to get him in here. Just the blue needed. And that'll bring the house down. That will bring the house down. It was always going to be a close final between these two players.
Jimmy White, 24.
Not quite there. 19 points the difference. Just one snooker needed to tie. It's a tall order. The crowd are still buzzing, but he's not over the line just yet. Darren Morgan has played some superb snooker throughout this World Seniors Championship, defeating the 7 times world champion Stephen Hendry on his way through to the final. There's still a glimmer of hope for the Welshman. But he's got to keep the pink safe. And he's also got to try and get the snooker. Well, what an effort this was. What an effort this was. What a terrific snooker that was. Another chance to get in behind the black. Needs to miss the pocket. Oh. That would have been a handshake. Nice to see the Welshman Darren Morgan smiling there.
Get in. Get in.
Jimmy White always has had an unbelievable following throughout the world, but the crowd here at the Crucible have been fantastic throughout the 4 days. They've given every player the utmost respect, and if you produce the goods, you'll get the response. It's terrific to be back at the Crucible Theatre for the World Seniors. And it was terrific to have the ladies here. Rhiann Evans winning, making a 79 break in the final frame, and the World Disability Showcase, that was fabulous as well. And is there another twist to be had here at the home of snooker? Got a kick there. He got a kick. And that's why the white stopped dead. Now, is Jimmy going to play to double the pink back across and into the pocket where he's just leaning over? No, he's played the snooker. But that's given Darren a chance to swing the white around the table towards the black. This is not a bad effort. It's not a bad effort. Right. Whirlwind Jimmy White. One long pink. And you're the champ. He's making everyone here and everyone watching at home wet. Now he could go twice across the table with the white here, but he, as I say, he's got to try and keep the pink safe also. There is a bit of a chance here. He just won't give up, this player, that's for sure. It might be an in-off to the middle pocket if he tries to get it twice across the table behind the black. Well, it won't cut into the middle. Jimmy will just roll this pink towards the corner pocket. In or over is what you say. It's not in, but it's over. Well, what does Darren Morgan do with this? This would be one of the best shots of the championship if he doesn't pop the pink. I would shake hands here because he can't keep that out. It's impossible to keep that out. As I say, if he keeps the pink out, it's the shot of the championship. He couldn't keep it out. It's been a great final. And just listen to the crowd. What a reception for both players. But Jimmy White's got an awful lot of fans there. And it is Jimmy White who becomes the 2019 RocketPhones.com World Senior Snooker Champion. Congratulations, Jimmy. Well done to Darren.
Well, just not there tonight, but must be pleased with the way it's gone.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, coming in here as reigning European Masters and World Masters champion, you know, I knew I was coming in with a bit of good form, so it'd have been nice to have added the World Seniors, but I think it's fair to say he deserved one world title here, so, you know, he's, as much as I wanted to win, you know, I couldn't think of a nicer person to lose to, you know, so well done to Jimmy.
Nice words. And ladies and gentlemen, commiserations, the runner-up, Darren Morgan. Jimsy, I'm here, boy. Now, 38 years it is since you've been coming here, apparently, someone told me. And here we are at last on the one-table situation of final. All right, it's the seniors, but I know it means a lot to you. How do you feel about that?
Listen, it's just this most fantastic place. You know, I played in Barnsley on Thursday. I played really well. I lost 5-4. but I was playing really good stuff, and I come here in my first 2 matches, you know, I couldn't hit the right side, and today I found a bit of form, found a bit of concentration. I know James Watana, and I know Darren, he's such a tough competitor and a really good match player, so I knew I had to play well. And I'd just like to say thanks to Jason Francis and Jason Ferguson and Rocket.com phones for sponsoring it. You know, they're doing a great job on the seniors tour, and he's getting all these players coming out of retirement. So, you know, I'm just so delighted to win here. It's amazing.
Yeah, and listen, you make the tournament, Jimmy. You're not only the Irish Masters, the World 6-Red Champion, and now the RocketPhones.com World Seniors Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy White!
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome your presentation party. From Rocket Phones, Mr. James Kendrick, and from the WPBSA, Mr. Jason Ferguson. Receiving the silver medal and a cheque for £10,000 from Wales, Darren Morgan. And now, receiving a cheque for £25,000 and the trophy and the title, RocketPhones.com World Seniors Snooker Champion, the whirlwind of London town, Jimmy White. Your champion, Jimmy White.
Get packed up, get back, get that covered.
Well, what a fabulous 4 days we've had here at the Crucible Theatre, and look at the smile on Jimmy White's face. 6 finals he lost, but he has won a world title, and Jimmy White becomes the 2019 RocketPhones.com World Senior Snooker Champion. I hope you all enjoyed it at home. We certainly enjoyed having you, and we'll see you next time. Good night.